Little lightning man. What's up? What's up, Ray Cuckoo? Ray Kuka? What's up, Kiro? Kiro? Got out of the shower. Perfect timing. Perfect timing for what? What the hell? What'd you have to get clean for my stream? Oh, I gotta fix the on-screen chat. One sec. Actually, I think a lot of stuff isn't working right now. Let's do. Ba-da-ba-doo. Okay. Hopefully the on-screen chat's working a little bit better. What's up? Not much. Just chilling. Doing our last-minute preps for going on our trip. Got a little coffee. Gonna chill with you guys for about 5 hours, and then I'm gone. I'm gone until next Wednesday. Yeah, I'm gonna be gone for a full week. A full week. You guys gonna be fine without me? It'll be this time next week, probably a little bit earlier than this time next week. I'll be firing up my stream. You guys will have to catch me up on everything going on. No, I'm gone for a week. I ain't gonna be able to practice. I ain't gonna be able to do any of that shit, right? So no, I will not be involved with it. It'd be cool if when I get back, I think there's like a week until it happens or something like that, or a few days until it happens. So it'd be cool to stream it. You'd have been fine. No, that's not respectful for teammates, right? Expecting them to practice without you most of the time, and then when you get back, yeah, not respectful to teammates. They'd be better off with someone else. Oh, that's a good amount of leaves. You thought I was already gone on my trip? No. I leave tomorrow night. Actually, by this time tomorrow, I'll be already driving to my location. We got to take about a 2-hour flight to a major city, and then we got to rent a car and drive for about another hour and a half. Because there's no direct flights to where we're going. There's no airport where the competition is. It's a nice spot, though. I can't wait to take the kids there. I've been there before. But yeah, today's the last stream.
Have you ever had a dream that you could know this could you know this could you wanna know this could you could you could know this could you know this could you wanna know this could you could
36 years and new badge.
36 years, look at that. Some a dozen. Let's roll some workers. Actually, some of my workers are probably upgradable. Do they upgrade instantly or something? Or is it like a 1-hour thing? Can you upgrade multiples? I can't remember the last time I tried to promote workers. 32 Celsius and non-freedom units. Holy fuck. Okay, no, I need a worker in Keplin. I need a giant. Oh, hell yeah. And that was from Marnie's lab. Am I not connected to Marnie's lab? Oh, I guess I need the quarry. When I get back, I'm actually doing like a hard redo of this empire. I'm just gonna unspec everything and let her rip. Okay, now we need another one in Del Biol. We need a Shellfolk. I know, that's what's annoying, is it's like going through everything. And just unlearning it all. Shellfolk, give me that Shellfolk.
Excuse me, streamer, you have been working on your worker empire for the last 3 fucking days. How about do something interesting for a change?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Well done. It's actually the last one I need for the contribution that I have. Oh. Okay, I'll be back. Yeah, worker hiring is way better. Not only do you have to not swap characters, not only do you not have to bring characters to the city.
It could be worse.
Oh,
We
you
could
just
be
let that shit
watching
rip.
him look at Google Maps for an hour while he tries to remember where he visited.
Why you gotta say it like that? What the fuck? How we doing on these? Ooh. Shiny gold bar box. I should probably grab that. I'll grab the shiny gold bar box. Let's see if we can get from like a shiny gold bar box. $1.5 bill. Okay. Is that the worst thing? No, I guess we could have got 500 mil. I guess 1.5 bill was, I mean, half of what we could have got, but 3 times higher of what the worst was. Half of the best, 3 times higher than the worst. I'll fucking take it. You can make robot workers? Oh my god, this game is so cool. I wish I had more fucking time to play it. I found an alchemy recipe to make gold bars, but I haven't made a gold bar yet. I don't even remember what it takes, but I was like, wait a minute, that's 500 fucking silver. I gotta see what I need so I know what to keep an eye out for. There's multiple different recipes? Okay. Robot workers is crazy though. Donate, donate, donate. You guys are so much deeper into that game than I am. I just finished last night upgrading my earrings and rings and my neck to level 10. I got all my jewelry done. When I get back from my trip, or maybe even later tonight, if I get done packing and stuff soon enough, I'm going to, I think I'm going to switch weapons. I thought it just dumped me in the ocean there. Wait a minute. Because I don't think... I think I need to either change my shield or something, because I think if I want to max out my attack speed, sword and board, because I really like sword and board. Now that I got my my rings done, I got an 8 attack speed from the rings. I got to see what I can do to get to 15. I got 8 from rings. Two from shield is 10. My weapon gives 2, but can give 3, which is 13, which gives me 2 left over. That puts me 1 over with a crystal. I think I'm stuck in a weird spot then, right? I guess I could drop the shield. My shield actually gives 2. I could maybe go for a more of a movement speed shield. Or I could get a shield that gives just more armor. Because I'm pretty content. I feel like 15 movement speed makes navigating the world, like, obviously it's faster when you're running longer distance. But when you're trying to do like those little small movements, I feel like I'm just constantly fucking overshooting. 15 movement is too much, even 10 at times. It's crazy how much that game gets patched. I guess it's a big difference when it's not a live service game. What's that? Blue scroll? Oh, yo, appreciate you. I just don't understand. If people are so eager to move on, if they have this mentality like, oh, you finished the game, just move on. It's like, if you're so eager to move on, then why are you also so eager to stick around and fight people who want more things to do? And I think it's important to understand the difference in definition of endgame, right? I think a lot of people are conflating what endgame in an MMO means and what endgame in a single-player game means, right? Endgame in an MMO obviously means replay loop, right? And like, obviously within the context of BDO, grinding circles and then PvP. Since that's obviously not a multiplayer game, there can't be PvP. So I think people who play MMOs are looking at that and they're like, oh, some people just want to grind circles in a single-player game? Oh my god. But it's like, no, that's not what single-player, that's not what endgame means in a single-player game. What people mean when they talk about endgame in a single-player game, they're talking about, okay, I finished the main story, now I want to 100% the game. So, you know, fix the means to 100% the game and do everything. Because I love this game so much, I legit want to do everything. But there's people fucking fighting it. It's like, if you're so eager to move on, just move on. Like, why? It's such a weird, like, gatekeeping mentality. And they don't realize how self-defeating their mindset is. Like, if you're eager to move on, move on. I think it's also important to note that Pearl Abyss did say, I mean, I can't remember the exact quote, they did imply that they want to treat this like a live service game, even though it isn't, right? That instead of charging people for DLCs, they want to continue improving the game so they sell more copies of the game. I like how they're making bugs on abilities into skills. I think that's such a cool approach, because when the community finds something fun and it's broken, yeah, instinctively, you could just remove it, right? You say, oh, this is too broken. But I like the approach they took with, like, jump thrust, for example, or jump stab, where they said, hey, people found this fun thing that's broken. Instead of removing it, let's just balance it. So they said, okay, we're going to add a little animation to it so it's not as fast, and we're going to increase the stam cost. And now it's like a cool tool, right? Oh, I didn't see anything about the Superman flying. I think the thing is, too, with a single-player game, you can have fun like that, right? Because it's not like all of a sudden you're making one class OP and now it's making everybody else have a worse time. It's like, no, it just added something cool to the game because it's a single-player game and you get to fuck around and have more fun. Yeah, I don't like this gatekeeping mentality people are having where, no, this isn't a live service game, you shouldn't be asking for more. It's like, okay, if you're so eager to move on, I get it, right? There's a lot of people who just want to complete the main story and move on, but why are you trying to gatekeep people? Especially when PA has shown very clearly that they are very eager to improve the game to keep people playing it. Like, just take a look at how many patches they've done over the last, 3, almost 4 weeks now? They are fucking on top of it. So much so to the point where I'm jealous, right? As a BDO player, I'm jealous how much attention it's getting. But once again, I think people need to understand it's a lot different patching a single-player game versus a live service MMO with an economy that you have to be very careful with. So, but it does still make me jealous nonetheless. Irrationally jealous. Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? Is if the devs came out and said, hey, we know you guys want all these things, but this is a single player game. We're going to work on the more critical things first before we consider these things. And, you know, leave it up to the developers to say that. But all these people, like, trying to run fucking defense for the developers when, like, the developers, that's clearly not what they want. Like, sorry, and when I say not what they want, I'm not saying the changes themselves, but with the people who are trying to run defense, right? Like, Pearl Abyss is just very clearly wants to heavily support that game and make it the best game possible and continue to get more people selling copies. I wonder how close they're getting to 5 million copies sold. We get weekly updates too. Yeah, but it's definitely different. They are on point. Every update with Crimson Desert, it's like, holy shit, these are all super important things the community's been asking for. With BDO, there are things that we have to ask for fucking years. That's the difference. In terms of frequency, yeah, weekly updates were spoiled. Like, what other MMO does that? And I understand some changes, right? But look how long we had to ask for infinite pots in our family inventory. I'm pretty sure we spent over a year, like almost 2 years, asking for that shit. Crimson Desert dev team would have got that shit in on the weekend. That being said, though, I obviously don't think in a live service game where you have people who interact with each other, you got to be a little more careful with how changes affect other players as well as affect the economy, right? So they obviously can't do everything and anything everybody asks, because the community, most of the community lack what's a good word? Peripheral vision. Yo,
Hello,
Gia
chat.
G, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it tremendously. Goddamn, why is there no notification for that? Yeah, the community, not all of the community, but a lot of the community lacks peripheral vision, right? They look at, like, face value, what this change will accomplish, but they miss a lot of the nuance of, okay, what else will this change affect? And they might, like, sometimes it's not just one thing, sometimes it's not 5 things, sometimes it might be 10 things, right? And it's hard to realize how a single change can affect like 10 steps down the line, right? So it's definitely, like I said, I don't expect them. I'm irrationally jealous, I will say, of the patches, but I completely understand why they can't patch a live service game with an economy the same way they do a single player game. But some things, like I said, infinite pots, that didn't affect anybody negatively doing a change like that. The fact we had to fight for that so long, like fitness stats being family based, who does that affect negatively? That should have been done a long ass time ago too. There's definitely a lot of changes we've asked for in BDO over the years that wouldn't affect anybody negatively, just a net positive, and we have to fight claw, tooth, and nail. What did I think about yesterday's Blue stream? Oh, just BDO is so back. That's the main takeaway. BDO drama between streamers, or I guess a YouTube and a streamer. BDO is so fucking back. For those of you who don't know, Vinizeri, he's a YouTuber. He plays Scholar. He likes to go around and gank people. He tried to gank me for a little while, like back when I was grinding Darkseeker, so well over a year ago. And like he was under geared, but he would show up with like his 200%, try to gank me, and then when it ran out, he'd wait until he had his 200% in V again. It's whatever, right? He's under geared, so I understand him trying to even the playing field. But I guess he and Zerodin have some big old drama stewing, and that I want to say reached its pinnacle in Blue stream yesterday. But I doubt that's actually the pinnacle of it. Yeah, I'm very grateful with how often we get patches in BDO and Lave. There's just some things that, I mean, even to this day, I always hope that that's the case, but sometimes I feel like that's not the case. They're just waiting because just in case maybe it does become the case. And if you follow that mentality, it's like, well, nothing ever gets done if something could, I don't know. Even that sounds silly to say, though, because it's not like Pearl Abyss doesn't do anything. This, aside... Enlave, I'm gonna fucking say it straight. If you guys didn't do the Olvia Academy, this would have been like the worst last year of the game, to be completely honest. Because everything since the Calpheon Ball has just been so blah. I imagine this Altar of Blood is gonna follow the same path as everything else. It'll be fun for the first, you know, while. While being undefined, it could be long, it could be short. But it does... Any type of PvE content like this always falls into disrepair. Either the rewards aren't good enough and people don't want to do it, or the rewards are good enough and people want to do it, until the rewards aren't good enough anymore because they don't scale with, you know, how the economy inflates over time. But on top of that, it'll probably be challenging at first, right? Because it does have a pretty high requirement, but as time goes on, we'll get more AP through accessories and weapons and all that stuff. And I feel like it might not be a year, it might not be 2 years, but there just will reach a point where this system will just become obsolete again. We've seen it happen with so much PvE, so. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't do stuff like that. I mean, even if it's fun for a year, it's fun for a year. That's better than not having something that's fun for a year. You would rather have it that way? You would rather have something that's fun only for a period of time instead of being fun for a long period of time? That sounds like a weird take. I feel like you misinterpreted what I was saying. Or I misinterpreted what you're saying. Yeah, they could. Maybe it is a template enlave. That is a good point, since it is something that, you know, progressively gets harder. My worry, too, is it's going to become very monotonous. I wanted something where and I don't think this engine is capable of it, but I wanted something where the floor plan is randomly generated and the mob types are randomly generated every time you do it, so it's never exactly the same. But I don't think this engine is capable of doing that. You don't want to have another chore? Well, that's the thing that I think Perlibus does a good job with. None of these chores are mandatory so far. Because I agree with you. I don't want it to become something that you feel obligated to do. Like if they gatekept, for example, progression behind it. Right? And now you got this group content that doesn't feel enjoyable, that feels monotonous, but your progression is gatekept behind it. That would really annoy me. That would really annoy me. So far, I think most of the weekly content, they do a good job at keeping it optional. Obviously, you know, you got to do your weekly bosses and your rifts for progression, so it feels like they're starting to lean in that direction. Which is crazy to me, considering they were very clearly trying to appeal to the Lost Ark audience. And a lot of the Lost Ark audience was tired of that shit. So it seems weird that, like, you basically have a game, not even the only game. There's other games that time-gated shit, too. But you have other games that time-gated shit, and the community, you know, obviously new people to the game, they like it because the time gates don't affect them as much. And they just look at it as a way to hold the people back that are willing to work hard. But most people, like almost every new player that feels that way, eventually then reaches the time gates themselves. And then they finally realize that the time gates were never there to protect them. That the time gates also affect them too once they reach the time gates. And now they're permanently behind. That they have now no agency over their own progression. And they are just at the mercy of the coin flip. And new players eventually realize this once they get there too. They'll battle tooth and nail, man. They will battle tooth and nail when people say we don't like time gates, and then people be like, oh, look at another 1%er, he just wants to get ahead of everybody else. It's like, well, so what? Even if he does, even if we take your argument at face value, like, how does that affect you? Like, almost every content in this game is capped, even PvE. The only thing that is uncapped really is like Guild League. And what? We can't have one thing in the game where people can go crazy with their gear? Like, you can't have one thing? Yeah, but if we continue down this path, though, Enlave, it will get closer and closer to new players. Obviously, right now, there's still going to be people who are not hitting that. But you got to remember, right? As they add more gear to the game, and if they time gate it, they're also going to add catch-up mechanics. They'll make Fallen God more obtainable. They'll, maybe eventually reduce the pities on your sovereigns. So it might not be immediately, but in a year or two from now, if they keep going down this path and the catch-up mechanics keep going the way they go, and I'm not against catch-up mechanics. I'm just saying that the catch-up mechanics are a reality that you have to consider. There will reach a point if they continue down this path and focus only on this path that it'll be almost fresh out of seasons and you're already starting to hit time gates. It might not be a year from now. Maybe it's 2 years from now. There's a lot of people, too, who whale on this game that have no interest in whaling anymore. They just keep their rod in the water, and there's actually no reason to swipe. I think it's also an extremely bad strategy for your game where you create an environment where there's no incentive for people to constantly play anymore. Where now it's, okay, all I gotta do is log in, do my clicks, and then log out for the week. I think you're flirting with something very dangerous, because what are people gonna do the other 6 days of the week? They're gonna go find other games to play, right? Because they're like, well, I have no way to progress in this game, so I might as well play something on the side. And now it's only a matter of time before they find something where they're like, hey, you know what? I'm kind of tired of logging in video and just doing these clicks, and that's all I do. It feels like I'm just, what's the point? And then they fully quit and they start playing something else permanently, right? They slowly stop logging in. Now, I understand the idea behind time gates, at least the player's idea behind the time gates. I actually have a bit of a different take on it. But if we just take it at face value of what people think time gates are there specifically for, oh fuck, I was gonna make a point and I completely lost it. Fuck. What was I saying right before that? Because it made me think of something. And then I wanted to say that a little bit first before I got into it, and then I completely forgot it. Obviously time gate related. Fuck. If it comes back to me. Flirting with not flirting with weekly clicks. Flirting with, yeah, people, they're flirting with, oh, okay, I remember. I understand why people were upset at first when they added the sovereign weapons to the game and people were able to get it to deck day one. I do agree that the implementation of sovereign weapons was terrible. And it wasn't necessarily the implementation of sovereign weapons, it was how you get the stones to get them. It's just the fact that those stones were sellable on the market and were immediately min price because we got so many of them just made it so all you needed was silver or crons and you could click this new content. That was an extremely bad way to add something new. In my opinion, what they should have done is actually just added those stones, something you have to grind and play, nothing that's weekly gated, although I do think you should have weeklies too to set a good baseline of progression. But when they add an item like that to the game, whatever stone you use to enhance it shouldn't be sellable for like the first year. It should be something where you have to actually go out and play the game and grind it. So new players, it doesn't matter whether you're new or old, you also have to do the same amount of work. Now maybe the veteran players, they already have the silver waiting as they click the stones. But if it's a solid grind spot, you'll be earning the silver while you're collecting the stones to click too. But they should not be immediately sellable on the market. And I think later down the road, they should make the stones sellable as a catch-up mechanic, right? I think starting it unsellable, forcing people to actually play the game, setting a nice baseline of progression through a weekly, but not the only progression being through the weekly, I think is a much better way to stop people from maxing something out day one. The only reason for these time gates is to create a feeling that you can catch up or something. Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, I already explained that. I'm not going back to what I said about that. But it's also not the only reason. I genuinely believe that the primary reason of time gates, and people for some reason have been fed this lie that it's to service new players, but the real reason for time gates is to slow down people's progression so the developer no longer has to try to keep up with them and continue putting out content to keep their community engaged. So instead, they artificially slow you down. It's to buy them time. It's not doing anybody any favors. But people have been fed and bought into this lie. And I'm not saying that the developers need to try to keep up with people like me. Obviously, that's completely irrational. But there's a ton of pretty casual people that are fucking just blazing through everything right now. Like, look at Norelio. I would not call him a sweaty BDO player. That man's just doing his weekly clicks. Look at Huntler. Huntler hasn't been sponsored. Huntler doesn't swipe at all. Fuck Huntler, that bastard pisses me off. I know, he's a lucky bitch. But even still, right? Like, I don't think Norelio plays 4 to 5 hours every day. Yeah, but casual shouldn't be the threshold. Like, that seems so weird. So what? Only casual players that play 3 hours a week, the game needs to be set up in a way that they can hit endgame? Like, what are you even fucking saying? I felt like Norelio was a good example because he's somebody between a sweatlord like me and a casual player. True, and he's wasting silver. Well, Norelio treats the game like a hobby. You got people who treat the game like it's a job, like me. You have people who treat it like a hobby, like Norelio. And then you have casual players who just treat it like a game. I'm just saying, the people who treat it like a hobby, the content should be feeling like they should not be hitting the end. The fact that they are right now is showing that there's a problem. There's a lack of urgency from Pearl Abyss to make sure we have things to do, so instead they put artificial time gates. Not artificial, literal time gates, sorry. To slow people down. I never expect them to be able to keep up content releases with me. That would be completely irrational. This game is literally my job. I play it fucking 40 hours a week. It's only for a few people? No, time gates are for everybody. I mean, if you just take a look at their own stats that they released at the last Calpheon Ball of how many people were, what, 835 gear score? Saying it's a few people is ridiculous. And guess what? Since then, they've given away nearly 1 trillion silver worth of clicks, crons, stacks, fucking tons of shit. 1 trillion silver. So think of how much higher that number is now. And it's still not enough. I didn't make any gains. If you didn't make any gains with 1 trillion silver, somebody needs to see what you're doing with your silver. Crimson Desert is the future, BDO is their testing ground. Well, BDO 2 is the future, obviously. I mean, obviously, any MMO company. Obviously, they're going to... They realize the limitations of this engine, and that's why they made a whole new engine. So that kind of goes without saying, and it's not a bad thing either. They announced BDO 2 is going to release tomorrow. I'm not even looking back on BDO. See you later. I'm not attached to these pixels. I want a better game. And if I walk away from everything into a better game, that's fantastic. Crimson Desert engine is good for BDO 2. Why wouldn't it? It was originally, Crimson Desert was supposed to be an MMO. So there is no doubt in my mind that they said, hey, while we're making this engine, let's make it very MMO-like. And if you take a look at Crimson Desert, if you played it for a lengthy amount of time, even CoCarnage did a video recently, this is a single-player game that feels like an MMO. It feels and plays like an MMO. Like all the systems in it too, very MMO-like. They feel like extremely polished BDO systems. Fishing, hunting, horse training, the worker empires. How would Sage be in Crimson Desert? I don't care. I don't care what classes are in Crimson Desert. They don't need to copy BDO classes in Crimson Desert. I just know Crimson Desert feels amazing. So I don't care what classes they put in it. Shenmue? No. My copium is that they update the engine? Yeah, and that's serious cope. If Pearl Abyss did end up figuring out and doing the work that would be required, which would be an astronomical amount of work, but let's say let's hypothetically go into this dream world where they did, I'd be the biggest Pearl Abyss simp. Because I genuinely believe it is easier, significantly easier for them to just make BDO2 than it would be to port over BDO to that. And if they made BDO2, it's not like all the BDO players would be like, no, I'm not playing BDO2 because I'm playing BDO1. No, they, like 90% of the population would move over. I'd absolutely start over. Fuck yeah. I don't care. If it's a better game, I'm playing this because it's a game. I'm not playing it because it's a fucking lifelong commitment. I play it because I enjoy it. And if they make a better BDO, you bet your ass I'm walking away from everything I've built on this account and playing a better game. Because a better game's a better game, right? Good morning, Kiwi. I'll put it on the record here that if PA ported BDO to Crimson Desert Engine, I'll donate my life savings to Zeth. Eat every sock in my sock drawer and glue a shoe to my fort. Yeah. And that's a safe-ass bet. That's a safe-ass bet. Because it is so much work. I don't think people... It's like people think it's like... I'm trying to think of like a good analogy. People act like it is so easy that they just basically copy and paste the code from one to the other. And they don't realize that how much that shit's got to change and how intertwined these systems are, that they would be, in a sense, fucking having to rewrite everything anyways, but having to go through a mess where it'd be easier to just start with a blank slate and start from there. People treat it like it's swapping out like your video card, your memory, and your processor. It's something as simple as that. I think it would be something more along the lines of, like, if you tried to take... Actually, you know what? Here's a better analogy. Since we're talking about engines. It's like people think that it's like taking the engine out of a Honda Accord and putting it in a Honda Civic. They're like, oh yeah, maybe some slight changes will need to be done. And even that, like, a lot of people would probably be like, why? But this would be more along the lines of trying to take like a fucking... Taking the engine out of your Accord and trying to put a fucking train engine in it. Like, the amount of work that would need to be done, you might as well just fucking build a whole new thing instead. It would be way easier. And that's the thing too, what people don't realize is if they just made a whole new game, it's going to appeal to all the same people as if they just did if they ported over the engine, but it's a lot less work. And there's an added benefit. All of the people who play BDO would have to do their purchases over again in this new game. Swapping those car engines would be way easier. That's why I tried to pick two, like a Honda Accord and a Civic, because I figured they'd be close enough that maybe there would be some issues, but nothing that's insurmountable, right? That's why I was saying that's what people think it's like, and they don't realize it would be nothing like that. Crimson Desert 2 soon after. I don't think there'll be with their I mean, obviously actions speak louder than words, But with their comments on Crimson Desert and how they plan on supporting it into the future, I don't see any reason for Crimson Desert 2 anytime soon. I don't get it. So you think people will go and buy new stuff in new game? Yeah, of course they will. I mean, if they just make a better BDO, why would you stay here? Even if you did, even if you were one of those stubborn people that decided to stay here, like 90% of the population's going to go. And now you're going to be in a dead game, and it's going to snowball, right? As time goes on, more and more people are going to leave. What about all the purchases in BDO? Think about it this way. I think you're getting too hung up on it being from the same company. Let's say the new Riot MMO comes out tomorrow, and it's better than BDO. Are you going to be bitching and complaining that you are leaving behind all your BDO purchases to go play the Riot MMO? No, that'd be completely irrational, right? So just because it's an MMO made by the same company, I think you need to treat it the same way. It's a new MMO. It's better, right? Well, I mean, GGG, like what? I mean, they could have some overlap for sure. Maybe they'll honor some purchases that are in both games and say, okay, you get to keep those. But even if they don't, I don't think it's a big deal at all. You also need to realize, you guys, you're not buying any of these things. You don't own anything on your account. If you read the terms and service, you are renting an account and you're basically buying extensions or renting extensions for that account for a one-time purchase. But you don't own anything on your account. I mean, I think it's easy to say that before the game's out. But if the game is genuinely better and all your friends go play it, believe me, you're very likely to go play it. That's easy to say now. Did I sublease my account? Yeah. You're not playing the right MMO because it doesn't exist? I just tried to pick something. I mean, I would have picked Ashes, but not really a good example anymore. I mean, I've been gaming for almost 30 years now. I walked away from lots of progression many times. It doesn't bother me at all because the purpose of the game is to have fun. And if the next game is more fun than the previous game, why are you going to sit there and try to hang on to something in a shittier product? Like, it feels so irrational to me. Because BDO changed and ruined me. I spent my money on the game I should have progressed normally in. And I spent money on a game I should have progressed normally in. I don't understand the last part. I feel like I'm missing something. Because BDO changed and ruined me. I think a lot of people could relate to that. I don't understand the second part, how it relates. One thing is when you leave your progress and when the developer leaves you, but that's not the developer leaving you. You are fully available to play this new game. In fact, they made this new game. They said, hey, we can't service you the way we want to service you, and we want to service you better. So we are making a whole new game so we can up our service to you to the next level. That's not them abandoning you. You know what's abandoning you? What Ashes of Creation did. That's abandoning you. Why wouldn't they keep both games running anyway? Well, they obviously would, right? They obviously, as long as, like, let's say hypothetically BDO2 came out tomorrow and tons of people go play it, they're not going to instantly shut down the servers for Black Desert, right? They're going to keep them running until they become unsustainable. And over time, they will become unsustainable. But it's not like they're going to cancel it immediately. But that's my point. That's a game abandoning you. A company making a newer, better product for you is not abandoning you. Okay, how about this? What about in the case of like graphics cards? You know, they do driver updates and stuff trying to improve your graphics card. And then all of a sudden, you know, the graphics card is basically on maintenance mode, and then they make a new graphics card. Do you feel abandoned that you have to buy a new GPU? I don't know if they will ever come out with BDO2. That's just going to be Black Desert remastered. I think they will, but I think it's long, long down the pipeline. Like, I think it's something that, like, they're going to work on Doki V first. They're going to work on that Plan 8 or whatever it's called. And then it'll probably be like 4 years, and then maybe they'll tease something. And by then, too, think about it, right? They'll have multiple years of continued development on Crimson Desert, which they're planning on doing, by the way. They said this themselves. Maybe not necessarily the years, but they did say they want to treat it like a live service game, even though it isn't, and keep pumping out content for it and get people buying and keep selling more copies of it. But think of all the work that they're doing with Crimson Desert. They're going to be able to reuse a lot of these assets for a BDO2, right? So they're going to have a really, really strong foundation set when they do decide, hey, we want to start putting work into our next MMO. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think BDO2, we're just, I can't even remember what got us down the road of this conversation. I don't expect a BDO2. Oh yeah, I remember how we got onto this conversation. I was just saying that I'm not attached to anything on my account. If they made BDO2 tomorrow, I'm jumping on it immediately. I don't care if even all my cash purchases get left behind. All my maids, all that shit. I do not care. I will start collecting it all again in BDO2 because BDO2, I mean, assuming BDO2 is a better product, which I don't see why it wouldn't, but you know, maybe it has its issues. One thing we don't know, obviously, is how good the new engine plays with multiplayer, right? We all know the amount of desync and bullshit we have to deal with in BDO. You never know. Crimson Desert could be worse. It could be better. It could be worse. And we don't know, right? No way you're ditching all your hard work for a better game. I 100% am. It doesn't have to be a Pearl Abyss game. If another game comes out that scratches the itch of the BDO combat the way BDO does, but also has other better systems in it, I'm 100% walking away from BDO. My loyalty is to innovation. I say this with GPUs and hardware parts. There's some people who are like forever Team Intel, some who are forever Team AMD. I'm not attached to either. Whatever company I feel is serving me the best is the one that's going to get my money moving forward. Because I am a fan of innovation. What do you think the chances are they actually do BDO2? I think it's like 50-50. Either they do it or they don't. Kidding aside, though, I genuinely believe it's even higher than that. I mean, Crimson Desert was originally supposed to be an MMO, right? So they've already toyed with the idea. I think they realized it didn't make sense to do Crimson Desert as an MMO, especially with a brand new engine fresh out of the gate. I honestly think Crimson Desert is going to be kind of their plaything, right? It's going to be their sandbox where not only is it a single player game we get to play with, but they're also going to toy around with adding new features to it, right? They haven't even wrote it off the table yet that they're going to add multiplayer to it. They haven't said they're going to, but they haven't said they're not either. They said if it makes sense in the future, we'll do it. And I think it will be one of those things where they continue to toy around with it. They'll probably add multiplayer support in the future. And then if that works out really well, then maybe they'll continue to grow it, right? Maybe at first they say, okay, you can have one friend join your game, or then you can have 4 friends join your game. And then if that works out well, they'll be like, okay, we'll try with like 10 people. And if all of these work well, right, it'll be like a step up, and they'll be like, okay, they'll see maybe some issues that they can work on before they consider something more multiplayer. I mean, Plan 8 and Doki V are very clearly, I don't know, I guess I shouldn't say very clearly, but they do look like, I mean, isn't Plan 8 supposed to be an arena shooter, or is it going to be a single player shooter? I guess I can't remember. The hell is Doki V. It looks like it's going to be kind of like it's on the Black Space engine, the same engine as Crimson Desert, and it's like going to be like a Pokemon-esque game. Pokemon meets Animal Crossing. It's kind of hard to say. We've only seen like what, one video for it. A kid's GTA? That might be a good characterization for it. Or maybe not even a kid's GTA, a family-friendly GTA. Might be a better way to describe it. That sounds boring? Well, it depends on what the side activities are to do, right? They could find some fun side activities for you to do with people. You don't need to be running around arresting people, running over pedestrians, stealing cars, stealing helicopters to have fun. Family friendly, just like Roadblocks? You mean Roblox? Is there a joke there why you called it Roadblocks? I feel like I'm missing something. Oh yeah, GTA definitely still takes the medal on that for sure. Although it is kind of funny to subdue a bear, hop on its back, run it into the city, and hop off and just watch the mayhem. I mean, that's kind of funny. But yeah, if for some reason Pearl Abyss ever did decide to do the monumental task of porting over BDO to the new engine, I would be the biggest BDO simp ever. Like, I would ask for a trip down to the office so I could fillate and cunniling every single employee in that office. I'd get them all lined up. Is that even a word? Cunniling? What's the plural? You're so dumb. Yeah. You guys are gonna miss me. I'm gone for a week after today. Your BDO drop stop after today? Yeah. You know what I need to do? Maybe I just remote into my PC, fire up the stream. Let me go full silent fishing mode for 3 hours a day while I'm gone. Huh. That'd be fucked up. I would never do that. I went on a fucking journey. Yesterday with the time I had off, I spent about 4 or 5 hours looking for Epidote nodes because I wanted to upgrade my accessories. And I went on a fucking adventure. And then I eventually found like 5, I think it was about 5 nodes close to each other. And then I was set. Kate? I need like something that tells me when you're in chat. It does like a little on-screen notification that stays there letting me know you're in chat, so I know when to say shit and when not to. Okay, once again, I don't know why we got to keep going through this. This doesn't say that they're adding multiplayer. It says Pearl Abyss has revealed plans for potential. Once again, that's exactly what I said. And that's exactly what they said. They said we will do it, we will consider it if it feels right. That says the exact same thing. It doesn't mean it's going to. I think it's highly likely that they do. But people need to temper their expectations and actually consider the words in there. The development team actually tried to implement multiplayer internally, but there are clearly aspects of graphics that must be sacrificed due to the current device environment. Yeah, I think what that really means too is the cross-platform-ish of it, right? You have people playing on a PlayStation, Xbox, PC. I do kind of wish PA was a little more aware Crimson would draw hype for people to try out their other game. I think they are. Well, I mean, I guess I hope they are. I don't think... Okay, I do think that this was very strategically launched at this time. So it gives people like the month or so to finish up Crimson Desert. After they finish Crimson Desert, they say, hey, this game was really cool. I heard they have an MMO. And then they jump into BDO. And then they experience this for about a month. And then after that, I don't think it's a coincidence when you consider the timeline of both those things and how that will line up with the Heidel Ball. Now, we won't know for sure until the Heidel Ball. If the Heidel Ball does nothing to appeal to all the people who have become interested because Crimson Desert, then it'll show that they didn't think of it. But so far, like the way they've timed everything, I refuse to believe it's a coincidence. New class is Gun Lancer. There's definitely seems to be a gun. I don't know where you got Lancer from. I think unless there's another image that I missed over the last couple days, I saw an image of a gun. I'm pretty sure the new class is armed with a gun and alcoholism. It showed a glass of whiskey and a gun. New class twerks on command. Could you imagine?
Wait till these people see the prices of the World Cup in the US.
I do think, though, that them adding single player to Crimson Desert is... Sorry, did I say single player? Them adding multiplayer to Crimson Desert is a critical testing point for their new engine if they ever do decide to make an MMO on it, right? It's a very logical stepping stone. How does this game... How will our game feel in a multiplayer environment? Is it Deadeye's brother? It's supposed to be, yeah.
Have you ever had a dream that
Father's sister's nephew's mother's child.
you don't
I ain't even trying to figure out what that means. Yo, King Maxi, thank you so much for the sub. What happened to it? I mean, it was fun. It was fun showing a picture of a gun strapped to the end of a lance. Could still be. Maybe the main hand is a pistol, and then all of a sudden she pulls out a stick, tapes the gun to the end of the stick, and boom. Although it is looking like they are leaning more towards Ascension classes. Which some people hate. I get it. I personally like it. I think Ascensions are basically just awakenings without a succession. And I personally think I've always felt like successions were a mistake. I just hope they make it cross-platform with PC and consoles. I hope they eventually make BDO cross-platform. I don't see any reason not to now. Like, I don't think you can make a strong argument. Actually, the strongest argument I could think to not making it cross-platform is the approval process that happens for consoles would slow down the patches for BDO if it was cross-platform. But even that, I think, is a very shaky argument. But console players are basically caught up to us now. I mean, they removed click to move, right? Obviously, that would have given certain classes on PC a massive advantage, but that's, been removed. I think they should add cross-platform. That's true. That's also a very important thing to consider is like family names. How do you do that? Who gets it? Whoever made the account first? Who logs in first? Who paid the most money? They could add numbers to the name and then hide the numbers. I guess they could do that. So there's kind of like a hidden ID. And then people can have the same name, but the ID is different. I think it would encourage people to maybe add them to their friends list. Because obviously, like, if you saw somebody type open world, you would just click their name, right? And then it would automatically choose their ID. If you're trying to whisper somebody for the first time, though, it could definitely add some complications. Zethian 6767. Oh, for the love of God, no. Could you imagine if they did that to me? Noted? Ah. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. What about instead of a number, it's just what they're playing from? Maybe there's a code specifically for PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. So it'd be like Zethian-PS for PlayStation, Zethius- 360? Or no, I guess it wouldn't be the Xbox 360. Just Xbox? Zethian-PC? PC, XB, PS. Yeah, maybe just add something like that, a little prefix or a suffix. They have the same problem you pointed out. Is it a problem though? I don't know if I've ever heard anybody who play Warframe comment on that. I'm obviously not in touch with the Warframe community, but I've not once heard anybody complain about how annoying it is trying to whisper people. So maybe it isn't a problem. Would I be cool with a second Zethian running around, or a third? I would, I guess I would be more inclined to put the content creator tag above my head. But if I have to deal with a couple doppelgangers running around, but we get a more robust community, including the console players, I'll take the trade-off. One Zethian is enough? What the fuck does that mean? I don't know how to take that. That could be both complimenting or insulting. It'd be like TNL where we wouldn't recruit console players for PvP. Why? Some of the best PvPers on PC are people who migrated from console. Yeah, you could make an argument for some classes back in the day, specifically Awakened Zerker being the best example, where click to move is extremely, extremely critical for their success, right? But that day is gone. They removed click to move, so you can't even make that argument anymore. There's obviously some classes that probably are still a little more comfortable with mouse and keyboard, but I think that's an extremely subjective take, right? I think in the case for me, I'm always going to find every class comfortable with mouse and keyboard, not because the classes themselves are more comfortable with mouse and keyboard, which might be true, but it's more so the case that I'm just super comfortable with mouse and keyboard. And there's no doubt in my mind that the opposite can be true, right? There are some people out there who they will hop on mouse and keyboard and they just feels like fucking, they're like, what? Give me my controller, and they're super good at it and comfortable with it, right? Console players will have an advantage at the blue battlefield. True! Actually, console, using a controller, actually you can do the same thing with mouse though. If you get really comfortable with your mouse, you can turn the same way as with controller. It's just a lot easier with controller. So it's another one of those things, right? It's the same argument in reverse. Yeah, in some cases, one might be better than the other for the average player, but if you get good enough, you can still do it without. Oh my god, Kate, why? By the way, I showed Blue Squadron that picture you made, by the way. I'm also curious why it made me so wide. I look so fucking wide in that picture. I'll show you the picture that Kate just posted. This isn't the original one. Look at this stupid shit. Okay, here's this one. And here's the new one. I am so wide in that picture. Also, I want to know what's holding up that sword in the picture. No gear gains lately? No, veteran. I'm doing pretty good, by the way, veteran. How you doing? Sorry, I didn't mean to ghost you. What sword? You didn't see? Just sitting there, like, over our shoulders. It's just hovering. It looks like it's supposed to be, like, the Drac sword? Is that one of the Drac swords? But the handle doesn't look like the Drac sword. And then it's just, like, sitting across our shoulders. You missed the sword the first. Oh, shit. What's the white thing behind me? Wait, that might be Duix and his penis. What the hell? What is that thing? What is that white thing dangling there in the picture? What is it I'm holding? That is a good question. What is that? Is that... Well, I know that's part of the poster, but what part of the poster is it? What is it? Where's the original poster? Is there a picture of it? I think we need to zoom in. What is this? It's like the handle of something. I don't know. It's on Blue's shoulder. Well, there's the sword there. I don't see anything else on his shoulder. Oops, fuck, what'd I just move? I don't know what else is there. Yeah. Lightsaber? It kind of gives that a lightsaber impression. Better be a purple one. Oh, here we go. There we go. It's fixed, you guys. You got the old one. And The new one. The original funny number. No sword anymore. No weird thing in my hand. Duox and his dick is still there. Someone edit the picture to make Zeth bald in it and tell me they wouldn't be twins. You think so? I mean, Blue Squadron, I'm pretty sure is taller than me, not me taller than him too. I think he's like 6'3". I'm only 6 foot, so you gotta actually reverse the heights. (6'7"? What? Oh my god. Somebody get this Kiwi out of here. I can't believe I just read that. The nose being incorrect is pissing me off. It needs to be 3 times the size. So, what is that supposed to mean? Just 6 foot around? Holy. Kiwi, you need to keep me entertained while I'm gone. There's gonna be some days where I'm just fucking sitting around twiddling my thumbs. You fix it? Let's see. Do I want to see? That's so dumb. So dumb. Holy shit. Okay, there's the old. And there's the new. Yo, fucking Danny DeVito looking ass. Holy shit. Yo, maybe I should shave my head though. I mean, I got a head of hair, so I'm lucky. It's receding a little bit, but all in all, considering my age, I'm pretty happy I have as much hair as I have. But seeing that, shit. You look like you're about to finger his button? Why wouldn't you? Obviously, you see a belly button, you gotta poke it. That's the fucking law. You should see me at the beach. I'm always being dragged away by the police. For some reason, they don't like me there. Did you hear the sound clips? From like a few days ago? I did, yeah. Yeah, the first one was a bit off, but I think the second one was actually pretty close. Yeah, when I was younger, I actually used to shave my head. So I'm not afraid. If my hair does get bad enough, I am not concerned at all about shaving my head. I'm not going to be one of those people that tries to frantically hold on to what's left of my hair. You want to shave your head? Like, for real? How come? It's definitely much different for a lady to do it. You want to know what freedom tastes like? It is one thing I do miss is when I used to shave my head, just going out in the yard with a pair of clippers and just cutting it, just out in the backyard. You don't need a mirror. You just, you know, once you get comfortable with it, you get all the spots. You maybe do a little quick look after you go inside, check, see if there's anything you fucked up with. But not only that, but also shampoo. Holy, you save on shampoo. You just put the tiniest little dot in your hand and then you just rub it onto your hair. I had the little stubble though, right? Like I had a buzz cut. I didn't actually like shave it all the way down. No Friar John? You mean Friar Tuck? Yeah. No, not a chance. If I had a bald spot, it's all coming off. There's a lot of people out there who are balding that don't realize that they would look 100 times better if they just committed to shaving it off. Because when you leave it, it looks like you're desperately holding on. When you shave it off, it looks like a choice. Squirrels out in the back choking and dying on hair like sea turtles? You kidding me? They take that shit back. The birds specifically. I remember the birds used to always go in the yard. We'd also trim the dog out in the backyard as well. And the birds love that shit. You just leave it out there. You see them coming by and collecting it for their nests. Bro's hair reminds me of the dude from Tales from the Crypt. Oh, it's kind of true though, isn't it? Oh, fuck. I had a mullet growing up when I was a kid. Like, before... Probably until I was like 10. My mother used to always give me a mullet. As a new player, when should I get my first ult? Oh, whenever. There's no timeline on that, Ninja Kuruko. Sorry for the slow response. It's very, very easy. Like, they have a tag system in the game that makes it really easy to have, like, your obviously your main, and then have another little side piece that you can just rotate around as you see interested. So, yeah, there's never a bad time to mess with an ult, right? If you think something you're gonna have more fun with it, definitely give it a try. So we getting matching Sage tattoos at the Heidel Ball, right? We'll see. Things are still good for Awakening Sage, so there's a lot of people who are still on it. I don't recommend getting a tattoo of a class until you're fully committed that you're main on it, and you don't know you're fully committed until it gets nerfed, until it's below average. That's when you find out who the real mains are. You still have Suck Sage? Yeah, but Suck Sage is still busted, though. Both Sages are busted in different environments. You play both Sages in the environments they're busted, Leifonda. That's my point. When have you taken Suck Sage to Ranked the Lair or a tournament? When have you taken Awakened Sage? Well, I mean, you might take Awakened Sage to large scale because it's not terrible now, but yeah, Suck Sage is fucking still nuts for large scale, and Awakened Sage is obviously nuts for smaller fights. You did Suck Sage back when Norelia was doing it for AOS? Because Suck Sage was nuts! What are you saying? That was the worst example you could have said. Why is Unk spreading propaganda? Shut up. Yeah, guess what, Leifonda? When it was the Zerk meta and you were a Suck Sage, all you needed was a half decent Suck Zerk on your team, or Zerk on your team, to grab somebody and hold them. And you fucking two-shot them out of their hands. It's like they just tee them up for you to blow them up. The synergy between Zerk and Suck Sage at that time was amazing. Yeah, also, the Zerks would be hard for you. That's also part of the reason why Zerks have always done so well in AOS, because they always synergize so well with classes that just fucking kill people with zero effort. And when there's tons of Zerks around, you're highly likely to have one on your team. But let's not pretend like Suck Sage was bad at that time. You want an example of classes that were bad? Look at how Archer was doing at that time. Look how Shy was doing at that time. Look how Sorks were doing at that time. Suck Sage was far from being bad. I'm not saying it was meta, but it was far from being bad. Plus 1,000 damage on all their skills. I'm actually surprised they haven't got the same treatment most other classes have got yet, where they convert the E-buff to all AP from magic AP, because they've done that to a ton of E-buffs except Suck Sages. Makes me think that they forgot Suck Sages. I thought when they first made Nightmare remove you from the map, I thought they were going to do the same thing to Suck Sage. And yes, that would be the most busted thing ever for Suck Sage. That would be one of the most immediately impactful changes you could do to Suck Sage. I think they have a situation with both Sages that's a problem. It's very clear Awakened Sage's toolset is designed around smaller fights like AOS, and Suck Sage's kit is designed around large scale. So if you ever buff Awakened Sage where it's good in large scale, it's God tier in AOS. And if you ever buff Suck Sage where it's good in AOS, it's God tier in large scale. I think they need to keep that in mind when buffing these classes, because I think when they forget that, that's when you end up getting the situation like with Awakened Sage, where they buff it so it's strong in large scale and then it just becomes fucking dominating everything else. I played Suck Sage for a while. When I started, my only problem was only with the as other than this the clap. I played Suck Sage for a while. When I started, my only problem was only with the as other than this the class is busted as fuck. My only problem was the only with the I can't figure out what that last part is trying to say. Yeah, Kyle. Getting hungry. Haven't had breakfast yet. You're not buying the 1K XP meals? Can you buy them with silver? Do they sit on the market? The fuck? What are they called again? If I sort by price, they're probably expensive, right? Wait, that's quantity. What are you talking about? No, they're not. You filthy fucking liar. Wait, actually. Well, that's kind of expensive, though. I'm not spending 200 mil an hour for XP. Why not? Because I don't want to. It's a waste of silver. You guys got to remember, people don't get rich because they just throw money away. They actually get rich because they're frugal. And yeah, somebody's about to type, well, what about people who inherit money? Yeah, guess what? They usually end up broke and wasting their money if they aren't taught the skills. Take a look. Take a look at the amount of people, the proportion of people who claim bankruptcy after winning the lottery. It's because they don't have the skills to sustain their money. They overextend. They take on too many financial obligations. Before you know it, they're broke. Now they have to sell everything. I have a theory about lottery winners that I formed from video players. They assume since it's free money, the money has no value. Yeah. Oh, there's tons of people like that. Yeah. Joe Never Fails was the perfect example of it, because I remember one time he spent like the whole day collecting mats to do an enhancing stream. And then when he was done enhancing, he bought like a He started with like a Black Star, and he was trying to enhance it to Tet. And then when he finally got it to Tet, he was like, look, I made 20 bill. Because they were selling for 20 bill at the time. And people were like, well, no. You bought the Tri. Also, all of the materials you used, those had value. And he's like, no, they didn't have value. I went out and collected them myself. It's like, really? So what you're saying then is your time has no value. That's not how that works. It was funny watching that man spin his wheels in game. If it's not hard enough, you can never appreciate it, period. True. That's a big true. The more you have to work for something, the more you appreciate it, 1000%. I low-key wish he would come back. Oh, I 1000 key wish he would come back. Joe is content. I want him to come back and Neptune's to come back. Because I want to live in a universe where those two interact with each other. How many red orbs? Only 3 since this place has come out. And they were all within like 4 hours of each other. I swapped to this rotation. I had 2 within an hour. And then like an hour later I stopped grinding. And then the next morning when I fired up, I got another one. I think I sucked this spot dry. Maybe I need to go somewhere else now. We already got a yellow today, though. You know what I should really get? This game should give me like 3 or 4 or shit, maybe 6 or 7 paints today. Oh, maybe not a jump. Oh, man. What is this clip? Do I even want to know what you fucking clip this time? Jaxmax. Jaxmax followed me 21 minutes ago. You still here, Jaxmax? I don't know if Jaxmax is the guy, but we had a node war last night. It was a 2v2. I think it was, what, us and family versus Arise and Shameless? Or was it us and Shameless? I don't remember what the 2v2 was. We spent like the whole time fighting fucking 1-2. Anyways, not the point of the story. So there's this point where I see an enemy running in front of me on his horse. And I'm like, ooh, I think I could dismount him. I don't think he realizes I'm behind him. So I fucking go bolting after him. Dismount him with my Doom, instantly hop off, and I go to hit Void Eruption to quickly pull up my weapons, and I don't know what happens, but all of a sudden my character auto attacks, and then the fucking Musa stands up and kills me. I was like, I swear to fucking God, there's no fucking shot that just happened. There's no shot that just fucking happened. And the name, it was a Musa? I can't remember if it was Jaxmax or it was like some 6-letter Musa that had a similar name to that. So I'm wondering if it's him. Because he was probably, if it was him, I wanted to ask, was he laughing his ass off and did he shadow play it from his perspective? Because that shit, if his mic was in his recording, I bet he was laughing the whole fucking time. It was fucking tragic. Played Ark? Like Lost Ark? Not Lost Ark. Yeah, Ark. Yeah, the Dino game. Yeah. I haven't played it since BDO came out, actually. No, wait, even before that, since before BDO came out. Because I played Lost Ark up until, I think it was The Division came out. And then I played The Division for about a month, and that game was absolutely plagued with cheaters, and then I decided to start playing BDO after that. Ash is my tag, but I'm just giving it XP. I just rotate what I have tagged to feed them XP. Oh my god. Dude, I remember us having to run a 6-hour shift of somebody sitting beside like a fucking dinosaur, just feeding it so we could tame it. We would have to rotate. Okay, you take an hour, then the next person takes an hour. That shit was fucking crazy. That game was a full-time commitment. Same with growing babies. Yeah, we'd have to rotate nights. Who would keep taming the babies, and then you would breed the dinos to keep trying to make better and better and better ones, right? This shit was fucking crazy. And then like everybody had to, like, you'd have a specific channel on Discord to sound the alarm, and everybody would have to have their phones, like even when you're sleeping. You'd have to have your phone ready to go off so you could get up out of bed and defend your base, because I played on a live server, on an official server. This shit was fucking crazy time commitment. It got to the point where it was fucking with my sleep. It was pissing my wife off, and I said, "No, we can't do it." So we went full fucking loco on our server and just started wiping and attacking everybody, and then left. Then we stopped playing. My Mega Tribe had a couple that made money off eggs. So they just, like, what, bred dinosaurs and sold the eggs for real money? That's fucking wild. Remember in the early days, the best place to build your base was in that cave in the northwest side of the map where you got to swim under the water into the cave. And back then you could put like, you could position walls and auto turrets that it would just gun people down as they're trying to swim into your cave, and it was basically impossible to attack, and they ended up having to do a patch to nerf that shit. Is there a teleport to Sakraya? There is, yeah. It's just at the... Do you know where the Griffin is in Velia? It's right there. But you have to go talk to the NPC there, as well as the one in Upper Sakraya, before it's enabled. Did I just say? I did not know. I did not just say it. I am trapped with it. I'm trying so desperately to not be a 67 Sage. Maybe I should buy those 1000 XP foods, at least until I'm no longer 67. Yeah, you like 6-7 that much? I think I'm going to take a little intermission here and make myself some lunch. I think I'm just going to scramble some eggs and chop up some avocado. When do you use Ripstorm in the combo? You don't. Ripstorm's garbage. You use it to keep yourself protected, but recognize you're giving up damage doing it. Mainly an ability you use for its protection, that's it. Unfortunately. Ripstorm used to be one of our hardest hitting abilities too. It actually used to hit harder than Lightning Prison back in the day. But it's been so neglected as they buff other things. They're about the same size, John. I can't remember Suck's AoE size now, to be completely honest. If it is different, I'm pretty sure it's marginal. After this next orb, I'm gonna go make some food, you guys. I can't go right now because it's definitely going to be a red orb, so I got to make sure I collect it. Did you take Suxork or Scholar as a new PvP tag? You should play what you feel is the most interesting and exciting for you, because it's a game. I've been seeing more Suck Corsairs again. What happened with Corsair? Literally nothing? Oh, so it was another one of those cases where when it got nerfed, people overreacted and acted like it was dead? Like every class, yeah. Every time a strong class gets nerfed, people will act like it's dead, even though it's... Sometimes it is. Most of the time it isn't. My biggest issue with the block break is the block break. I think block break would have been fine if it only affected a person's block if they got hit while blocking. But the fact that you would be losing your forward guard even when you're not blocking and get locked out of your recovery is just fucking piss poor design. And yeah, maybe they should have also made it scale with your AP instead of it just being a flat value. That's always useful, right? But yeah, then you would actually, if you ran 6 Skittles, then your block break would do nothing too, right? I think both those things. Make it so it only affects the block if you hit the person while they're blocking, and make it scale with AP, and then they could have kept it. But it was just very lazily designed when they added it. And obviously, because of such, came with a bunch of issues. Where's my orb at? Do I play Suck Sage? No, this is Awakening Sage. I haven't played Suck Sage in a while. I typically like to PvP with what I grind on. If Suck Sage wasn't so miserable to grind on, then I'd actually PvP more with Suck Sage. I'd do large scale with Suck Sage and small scale with Awakened Sage, because I do really like both Sages. But I like to also be able to grind on when I'm playing. Yo, what's up, JWiki? Remember when Velk got their Lance? Then 2 months later, they were using Big Suck on Sheep Mountain. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, though. Yeah. The thing is that Suck Sage does better PvE damage than Awakened Sage, but the problem is that it can't reliably get back attacks. And then it has to wait. It has to waste animation time trying to rift behind the pack to get back attacks, which is completely redundant. If they ever give Suck Sage the ability to get more reliable back attacks, it'll grind way faster than Awakened Sage. I personally think they should make it so you can split your abilities with Form Shift and Prime Spearbolt. And, what's the flow called again for Form Shift? Form Recall. So you know how, like, you can start an ability and then do a Rift Chain and then finish the ability? I feel like you should be able to do that also with both Form Shift and Prime Spearbolt and Form Recall. Because then you could actually reposition for damage while doing damage and get your back attack on the ability. I think if they did that with Suck Sage, it would help it tremendously in PvE. In fact, they'd probably have to nerf its PvE a little bit if they did that, because right now it feels like they just keep dumping more PvE damage into the kit to make up for the fact that it can't get back attacks. Rift passive SA? That shouldn't matter while grinding. If you're grinding, you should, and the spot has a CC, you just put on the crystals. Choice will lose his throne on Sunday. I will take it. What happened with that anyways? Were the Family Guys on vacation? I thought you guys were running fucking defense in the FFA. Did he catch you guys off guard with that early 200? Well, it's going to be hard now. Well, the thing about Suck Sage isn't the survivability. Don't get me wrong, Sage is squishier, but when it comes to grind speed, it's about how quickly you kill. Offense is better than defense. You don't need to worry about surviving if the mobs are dying fast enough, right? Also, yeah, that's also another thing, is super armor damage reduction doesn't apply to super armors that are applied through buffs. It only applies to, I guess, native super armors, if that makes any sense. That's why, for example, like if you go into the battle arena and you do an iframe rift chain and then you come out with the super armor buff, that's why when you do an ability, it won't do the super armor icon above your head, because it's not a native super armor, and it's only the native super armors that are affected by the damage reduction. Where's my orb at? Did I get an orb and not notice? I think I did. Okay, well, I guess we gotta go to the next one now. They should make it work with the buff? No. Suck Sage is good enough in large scale. Duck Sage, I'm pretty sure, is just right behind, like, Archer and Ranger. You will be our representative when during Heidel Ball when you talk to the devs? Yeah. I can't afford to go to the Heidel Ball. It would cost me like $1,000. And even more so the time and shit away from the family. I don't know. The tickets are $400 there and back, so $800 in total. But once you add taxes and then the fueling charges and all the other little fucking things the airlines charge you for, probably end up being $1,200. But more so, it's the time from the family. The ball is probably, what, a 2-day event? No, I guess it'd be a 1-day event. Why would it be 2 days? But even still, it's basically a whole day of traveling there and a whole day of traveling back, plus the 3 days that I would spend there, because I would want to go, obviously, a day early and leave a day late. And then, yeah, an extra day for partners, because they want to do a little luncheon. Just road trip it with Corgi and Pig? With Pig in the car, is the vehicle going to be big enough for anybody else? They have flatbeds? Oh. Just fucking get some straps and tie Pig down in the back of the truck. Never been on a plane? Wait, for real? You've never been on a plane? Planes are awesome. I'm gonna be on a plane in approximately 16 hours from now. I saw Stock Sage making 19K at Zephy. Isn't this top loot? I don't know. I don't remember what's good at Zephyros. I don't know the video. I don't know the context of it. Stock Sage in general does do better at tower spots because it doesn't require a ton of movement. I personally would prefer to be down here. Although there isn't exactly a ton of movement down here. I don't know. Maybe I should, when I get back, maybe I should take Stock Sage for a spin. Every time, actually, you guys, every single time I leave town, Sage gets changes. It's happened like 3 fucking years in a row. So, Sage changes this Friday? Yeah, there isn't a lot of pack to pack. Even though you are moving pack to pack, it's like 3 steps because it's so dense, right? So it might not be so much an issue here. Star's End was kind of good for Stock Sage too because you didn't have to worry about back attacks because you just CC'd the mobs, right? Maybe it's time to go back to Stars on the Stock Sage. That would better serve my guild taking Stock Sage to Node War and Siege. Am I tripping, or is that Shining Elkstone Life selling for 3.9? No, you're not tripping. I mean, it's listed. Let's make sure we don't conflate selling and listed. Ain't nobody gonna buy that shit for that much. You're supposed to do Suckvelk next? I know! And Hash. There's so many fucking things I want to do. God damn it. Part of me likes the idea, too, of covering the ball for you guys. Just stay home, fire up the stream. Although, I'm sure Biceptimus will be covering it, right? Grinding Destruction only 1.6? Fuck, I should just grind one out. I can't justify buying one. It only costs like 800 bill to make one. And on top of that, all the clicks you've done on your current stone are effectively wasted money because the pities don't carry over to the other stones. So if I bought one for 1.6, it would be me effectively wasting 1 trillion silver. But that's not even the biggest thing. That's kind of whatever. The more important thing to me is, like right now, I have 2 reasons to log in the game. To do my weekly rift, my weekly Elkstone clicks, or my, I guess, 5-day Elkstone clicks, and my weekly armor clicks. So, buying a stone just means I have 1 less reason to log in every week. Did you see the drama on Blue Stream with that weirdo? Yeah, Vinizeri was being a bit weird. That is for sure. Although Zirdan and Blue kind of got played. Not really Zirdan, I guess, because Zirdan called it, but Vinizeri getting that 1 fucking win and then leaving. Yo, that man, I think he won for... I think that man was reading Trep's playbook. That was such a fucking Trep play, man. Share the tea. So I came in late, but from what I understand, Vinizeri, who makes YouTube videos, has been fucking with Zirdan, or they got beef. And Vinizeri put out a video about Zirdan, basically trying to call him shit, and apparently he's been conducting himself in some weird behavior. Like... Anyways. I guess the TLDR is he was calling Zirdan gear carried. And wanted to fight Zirdan on trials. And Zirdan was saying, "You're weird. I'll fight you on trials, but not before I fight you on mains. I want you to put in that work first before I give you the satisfaction of trials." And then I guess they came to an agreement yesterday in Blue's stream. Blue convinced them to do it. And they were going to do mains first and then trials. So Blue opened up an AOA, set up a best of 5, and then Vinizeri got the first win on time, and then just left. My takeaway is BDO is so back. When we got drama, we know BDO is back. He does play Scholar, though. I mean, I don't think that really means anything. It's not like it was a surprise. Zirdan knows he played Scholar, right? Blue knows he plays Scholar. Scholar should win that matchup, but Zirdan does outgear him heavily. Is Cannon already off BDO? I haven't seen him stream it in over a week. I think he is, I don't know what other hype has been going on in other games. He's obviously, you know, he's a. I don't think he's ever always just stuck with one game for an extended period of time. So it might be one of those things where he might, you know, touch it again next week. Stoops, yeah, Stoops is gonna play more, obviously. We're not talking about Stoops. I don't know why you'd bring Stoops up, fucking weirdo. God damn you, Dragar. By the way, Dragar, what do you think of that fucking Army of Darkness clip? Holy, the captions on it had me dying. That shit was so funny. Vin's thing is he ambushes people in PvE spec to get clips. Yeah, I mean, that's whatever. I don't think it's a big deal. Like, everybody in the community knows his tactic, so does anybody really look at his videos and go, oh my god, he fucking dunked on that guy, he shouldn't have. Everybody knows what's going on, right? So, like, he was trying to do that to me for a while. He didn't end up getting one, but he was also like 100 gear score under me at the time. But he would wait, collect his 200%, pop his Z buff, and then try to gank me, and then just do that over and over again. But like, it doesn't bother me at all, right? He was the way I saw it is he was trying to close the gear gap, and like, if somebody kills you while you're grinding, are your feelings really that hurt? He eventually left. It's not like he did it permanently. He was just trying to get his one and go. I probably could have had him leave sooner if I would have just let him get his one. So, like, I don't know, if you're upset that somebody is doing that and they kill you once and make a clip of it, I think that speaks more about you than it... Well, I mean, it obviously speaks something about them, but I think that also says something about you if you get upset about it. All I know is that I love BDO. Exactly, I love BDO. And if there's drama, that means BDO is so back. We are so back. I heard Vertex is back too. Yo, what's up, Techo? How you doing? Thank you for the resub, brother. Same hit my Shining? Why are all of you guys hitting Shinings? I used to be the Elkstone guy. Now here I am just rubbing my fucking splendid stones, and that's
What
all
up,
I
old
got.
timer?
Yeah, when's Snake coming back? When's Man Up coming back? I have my PC all set up so I can remote into it while I'm gone, because my rifts actually spawn tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon when I'm at the hotel. So I gotta actually, and I'm gone for 6 days. So if I don't do my rifts, I'm gonna be a full week behind. So I have an alt parked at every single rift boss, and I'm basically going to remote into my PC and auto attack the rift boss down from the hotel room. Where am I headed? I'll say when I get back. It's not really a vacation, but it is a pretty cool spot we're going to. I've been there before, but it's for my daughter's dance competition. Look to see what skills you can hotbar. Can use those too. That's a good idea. Wouldn't the laptop be easier? I hate laptops. They're annoying, and I'm also not going to buy a laptop just to bring there to do riffs. It's not that bad remoting into my PC with my phone. And I have like, it's obviously not the same as a controller. In fact, what I should do is I should buy a controller, connect that to my phone, and then use the controller to control my PC while using the screen as if it's my monitor. That would be the smarter fucking thing to do. But I can have the on-screen controls that simulate a controller to a certain degree. Is remoting into BDO against TOS? I'm not remoting into BDO, I'm remoting into my PC. No, that's not against terms of service. Why would it be against the terms of service? Oh, we just had our orb disappear. I need to go make that food. I think I'm just gonna make some scrambled eggs and chop up some avocado and make a piece of toast. Actually, I wonder if I have tomato in there too. I might. Damn, we've been kind of killing it with fucking demos today. Let's go. Ooh, chat. I'm sorry, I gotta leave you guys very, very briefly here. I gotta go make some food. Maybe I'll make an omelet. Maybe I'll cut up an onion. Dragor, why the fuck are you not responding to me, by the way? I asked you a goddamn question. You need to fucking tell me how hilarious that clip was. I sent you a fucking video that cracked me the fuck up. I thought you'd appreciate it, and you ghosted me. Yeah. That shit's funny as hell. It's one of those things where I'm half tempted to play it on stream, but I don't know. You ghosted me all week last week? Yeah, do you expect me to really respond to that, though? Like, there would have been nothing good that would have came of that conversation. You and I both know it. You needed to vent. You vented. You know I read it. Let's see. Are we... oh, we're definitely 64. Let's see. Boom! Oh, my God. Okay, I'll be back. Oh, Techo, they might accuse you of account sharing? No, there's no way for them to know, for one, because I would be logging in from my main PC, right? So there's no way for them to detect that I'm remoting into my PC. Unless, I guess, their software treats remoting software as third-party software. But if they did that, that would cause a ton of problems. Two, it's not account sharing, right? It's me logging into my own account with my own PC. I'm just at a remote location. That would be like banning somebody for bringing a laptop with them when they travel and logging into their account. Which would honestly look more sus than what I'm doing. Because then you would actually be from a completely different location, right? Anyways, I'll be back. Yeah, I'm back. Holy fuck. You guys are quiet. You guys trying to have a mission? Fucking see who, how quiet you guys can be? Yeah, fuck Dragor also said, don't ignore me. Just shut up.
Shut up, bitch!
Oh, you know what? I fucked up. There we go. I made some scrambled eggs, a couple pieces of bacon, cut up a tomato, some avocado, some half a shallot, and mix it all together. A little breakfast bowl. Fucking delicious. Oh. Paramount lost hundreds of millions of dollars yesterday. Did they? Didn't they just buy? What the fuck was it that they just bought? The Atla movie. I don't even know what Atla is. Oh, okay. That's crazy if that happened. Yeah, no, I believe it happened. It just sucks for them. Fuck, I love avocado. So do we know why it got leaked? Was it out of spite? Was it accidental? Probably don't know yet, huh? The debt this leaker is going into from being sued is going to be passed down generations like the Avatar state. I mean, I guess that's assuming they find out who it was. Some dude got access and posted on Twitter. Holy fuck. On his main account? Well, then they obviously know who it is. One second. I just got a notification about the car rental thing. I just hope they're not expecting us to pick it up today. Oh, nothing. Was delicious. My daughter had a singing competition yesterday, and one of her songs, she got first place. There was another song that she didn't even place on, and I thought she fucking killed it. I feel like when it comes to judging singing, there's a bit of subjectiveness to it. I don't know. Because the song, like one song, I understood where she placed, it made perfect sense. But this one, like, I don't fucking know. And then the last one she killed, it was so fucking good. Because I'm surely impartial. Well, the thing is, I like to think of myself as objective because every single time we do with these competitions, I feel like I'm always really close to what the judge scores. Like not their scoring, but like like who gets first, who gets second, who gets third. When I listen to them, I'm like, oh yeah, that person, she's gonna be the one to beat. And then I'm pretty good at being like, yeah, I'm pretty sure my daughter's gonna get second or third or whatever, right? The thing is it was like an adjudication slash workshop. So like the adjudicator would come up on stage and then would proceed with like the workshop portion where she gives some criticism, she gives some praise and all that, right? And basically gives them some words to help them develop, right? And I felt like the workshop portion of it, she was on point. Like I think she did a really good job. Like it was so jarring to the point with this one song that my daughter sang. My daughter's 13, by the way, and the song that I'm talking about is Girl on Fire. And she fucking killed it. Like she did so well. I didn't expect her to get first. I wouldn't have been surprised if she got first, but I didn't expect her to get first. But she didn't even place. Like the people ahead of her, like this probably makes me sound like an asshole. There are some people who have amazing stage presence, right? But their singing definitely far behind. They're really good performers, not good singers. And this is a singing competition. So I understand your stage presence affecting your overall score, but I feel like it should be a small portion of it. And like she was even behind one of these kids, not so good of a singer. Amazing stage presence, not so good of a singer. And this is a singing competition. Maybe the parents were judges? No, it was just one adjudicator. I think this is also part of the reason, like when we have dance competitions, there's usually 3 or more adjudicators, because then they average the score across them, right? Because I think they understand that there's going to be like maybe not necessarily bias for specific kids, but maybe bias for specific genres, right? That might affect scores. So I think this is why it's good when they have multiple adjudicators and they average them out, because it helps kind of, I guess, average out some of the biases. Anyways. I'll play the song. I'm obviously not going to play the video, but if I get it sent to me before the stream is over, I'll play it for you guys. Tell me what you think. Not the other song, but the song she got first on. I'll play that. Did I let the say Judge Noma 67 Sage? I should have, shouldn't I? Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. I heard some people complaining. They're like, yeah, this adjudicator, she's kind of mean. I'm like thinking to myself, she's not mean. She's willing to give the negative and the positive, right? Like, if all you're doing the whole time you're giving somebody feedback is worrying about their feelings, then you're limited on the feedback you can give them. You're not going to be able to provide them all the valuable feedback that they might need to grow, right? It's not like the adjudicator got up on stage and said, "You're shit, you're shit, you're shit, you're all right, you're shit. Yeah, you win, but barely." It's not like she did that, right? Get 5 judges, take the highest and lowest, throw them out, and just keep the 3 middle. Yeah. I don't know. That sounds like the best judge. The 1-0 and then leaving? Yeah, that was... The thing is, Zeratin even called it, right? Zeratin even said before any of that happened, he's like, yeah, he just wants his clip, and then he's going to go. And he ended up getting it anyways, even with full gear. He got his 1 kill by winning by time, and then he was out. Like I said, that's a Trep move right there. That man's been reading Trep's playbook. But yeah, my daughter sung 4 songs. She got a 3rd place, didn't place, and then got 1st place. And she got 1st place on her favorite song of them all. So, you know, it shows that she really, really was into that song. She was really excited to do that song. It might cause problems for us though, but because she got 1st place in it, there's actual like there's another thing going on where all the people who got 1st place, and if they had at least 3 songs and they got 1st place in one, there's like another thing going on tonight, and we're gonna find out shortly if she's gonna be one of those people selected for that, which is gonna be really off for timing, considering we gotta wake up at 3 a.m. to get ready for our flight. Our flight is at 5, so we're gonna try to. So no, our flight is at 6, so we're gonna try to be at the airport for about 4:30, 4 o'clock, which means we gotta be up at like 3. It's gonna be a fucking mad dash to the airport. I told my wife I might not go to that final thing tonight. I might just fucking sleep, because when we land, I gotta go rent a vehicle and then I gotta drive for a couple hours. I don't feel like being in zombie mode while trying to drive. But you know we no, never mind. No, I won't. Anyways, yeah, I'll play the song that you want if I end up getting it sent to me. Normally I record it, but this time I didn't. Hello? That's a good question. Which AP you need for this spot? You mean how much? Uh, 1905 to 1935. Decky artifacts are sold out max price. Dawn stones? What Dawn stones are you talking about? You talking about these? Looks like they're almost all sold out. Unless they're the AP or BSR ones. Oh. You still here, Dragor? But not from New Underwater now. Okay. Sorry, one second. I just got a phone call. Hey, sorry about that, you guys. I was just talking to my dad. He's coming to watch the house, and we're just making arrangements on when he's gonna come by. I was telling him we could drop the key off because, like, we got to get up. We got to leave here at 4 a.m., which would mean if I have to pick him up and bring him here, I'm gonna have to pick him up at like 3 a.m. So I told him if he wants, we could actually just drop off the key, and then in the morning when he normally gets up, he could just find his way over to our house, and then he doesn't have to wake up at 3 in the morning. So he's just trying to make a decision on what he wants to do. This is my current gear, God sent. You passed your exam? Oh, hell yeah. Good shit, Clish. I told you you'd get that shit. Look, man, finally got my second PvP artifact. Looking for group. Oh my goodness. There's no such thing as PvP in this game. You cut that shit out right now. In my PvE game? How dare you? How dare you even suggest there's gonna be PvP? I recently bought a house? No, we've owned the house for, I think it's been like 13 years now? No, 12 years. My daughter was 1 and she's 13 now. We're going out of town, so my dad's coming over to watch the house for the week. Not watch the house, more so watch the dogs for the week while we're out of town. Bought it just in time? We fucking did. We fucking did. We are so fortunate. Our house is like doubled in value since we bought it. It's crazy. We almost didn't get the house too. There's a whole story behind that. So we went to the financial institution. What we thought was we got approved for the mortgage. Went house shopping, found the house we wanted, went through all the legal work with the lawyers and all the blah 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 blah. It was the day before closing, and we're trying to contact the bank. The financial institution, I guess technically it wasn't a bank, but the financial institution to finalize it. And it was like an hour before they closed, and the person we talked with told me that the reason why he didn't get back to us is because he was fighting with them. That they found out, I guess last minute, I don't know if there was some miscommunication or what, that we were both technically self-employed. And I guess if they would have known that criteria from the beginning, they would have declined us. So, but he said he was in there fighting because he's like, yeah, they're supposed to close today. We already told them that we would. We got to do this. So, we ended up getting it, thank God. That would have been a whole fucking disaster. You got to jump through so many hoops when you're self-employed. Yeah, I'll be back. The percent on the mortgages, it was like 3%, but the last time, so we do the 5-year, what do they call that? Like little 5-year blocks, right? And then every 5 years you redo it. This recent one, it went up to like 4.9%. No, we're not done with the mortgage. We still got to pay off the mortgage. I wish we were done with the mortgage. Oh. So yeah, when we went from like 3% to like just under 5%, that 2% increase doesn't sound like much, but it ends up being quite a bit. Luckily, you're paying 0.6? Where the fuck do you live that you're getting a 0.6% mortgage? What the fuck? Do you mean 6%? That's insane. You live in Germany? Oh, okay. Well, someone else said that you were able to get sub 1% in Germany as well before COVID. That's crazy. Yeah, because there's two different ways you can do your mortgage, where you have a fixed payment, but depending if the interest goes up or down, you could end up in a situation where all you're doing is servicing the interest, and you're actually not even paying the principal at all, right? Which is really bad, because now you're making payments on your house, but you're not actually going down. In fact, it can get bad enough that you're actually the amount you own the house is going up, even though you're meeting all your payments. How our mortgage is done is we incur the extra costs, right? So when the interest rates go up, if they go up by 1%, that's like an extra $1,000 a year we got to start paying, or $2,000 a year, obviously spread out over the year. So it ever since that has gone up, like it went up to, like I said, it was just under 5%. It's actually back down now, but we're locked in because you do it in 5-year blocks. We could have done it in like a 1-year thing, but then it would have been like fucking 7%. But yeah, we're just hoping in 3 more years, when we set up for the next 5 years, it'll be lower than it is than what we're currently paying now. Right now, it is lower too. Here, sorry, I'll be back. Okay, chat. Sorry about that. I'm back. 3% on 30 years? Nice. Yeah, we do like 5-year agreements, which is can be a blessing, can be a curse. One thing that'll be really nice is when we do the next 5-year block, or could be really nice, is every time you redo another 5-year block, right, the principal that you owe has gone down because you've done 5 years of payments. So usually the payments do gradually come down. But on top of that, because it was just a bit after COVID and we had to do a higher rate this time around, if the next time around the rates come down to like what we were at, on top of us having 10 more years dumped into principal, we should see a sizable decrease in our monthly payments. So that'd be really nice, but we still have like another about 2.5 years until that happens. We're halfway through this one. Usually once you're in the last year, there's a little bit of leeway. You don't have to wait till the final day. So once we get into that last year, we'll probably start talking to our financial advisor and see if it's a good time to do that. This time around, though, we might actually add a little bit more. We might actually take a loan and bundle in with our mortgage to redo our roof. Usually when it comes to stuff like that, that is also basically protecting the bank's investment, your house, right? They have no problem doing that, and I'm thinking by then we're going to need our roof done, so... Hopefully by then the price of oil will be down, because I imagine shingles are getting real fucking expensive. .6% though, that's crazy. Holy fuck. If I went down to 0.6, that would probably save us like $500 a month from what we're at now. Shit, maybe even more. An apartment though? Wouldn't that be a condo? I thought apartments were something you always rented. I thought like if you bought like a place in a building with multiple units, then it was considered a condo. Maybe it's called something different there. Let me see what it is here right now. I actually have... 1 second. Let me take a look at this. I know I got it right here. Oh, that's our property tax. We spend basically, fuck, almost $5,000 a year on property tax. Crazy. Where's the other thing? There we go. Oh, no, never mind. We're higher than I remember. We're at almost 6%. We're at 5.84. Fuck. That was a whole percent off. Right now, the average interest rate is about 4%. And can be as low as... Yeah, about 4% for 5-year fixed. So, yeah, I'm hoping that they're reasonably lower in 2 years. So when we do the next 5-year fix, if we could drop from 6 back down to 4%, that'd be fucking really nice. Yeah, because we still owe 150 grand on our house. So you do the math on that, right? 2% on 150 grand is a decent chunk of change. What is that, like 3 grand? That's just top of the head math. 2% on 150, I think it's about 3 grand. Where's my calculator at? 150 times 0.02 is... Why the fuck did I hit divide? Yeah, 3,000. So I was right. And then $3,000 divided by 12 for the months of the year. Yeah, it's an extra $250 every month on our bill. So, if, you know. Right now, with the options you get from banks, you're better off not buying with 4% interest. If you compare that to renting in 30 years, you're in a... Not necessarily true. The thing that's easy to misconstrue about that and forget about is one, right? Obviously, when you own a house, you're building your own equity. Now, the counter argument to that with your renting and if you're saving money is you could say, well, if you're smart and you take that money that you would be paying extra and put it in an account, in a savings account, then you end up with more money in the long run. But that's also assuming that if you're renting, that your rent isn't going to go up. And trust me, your rent is not going to stay the same over 30 years. Even if you just look in the last 10 years, rent prices have skyrocketed. There are a ton of people out there who are paying more for rent on apartments that are a quarter the size of my house than I am on my mortgage. And I'm building equity. When you're renting, you're just building someone else's equity. There's a ton of conveniences with renting, though. Not having to worry about renovations and stuff like that, as long as you don't have a slumlord, right? Anytime anything breaks down, water heater, furnace, anything like that, right? It's the landlord's responsibility. It's a lot easier to just up and move. There's certainly a ton of benefits to renting, so I don't think renting in general is bad. I think they both have their pros and cons. The biggest thing though is, for me, it's the equity, right? Is it kind of forces you to be putting your money into something that not only are you putting the money into and not touching, but you know, houses are just going to continue to get more and more expensive, right? Your house, the equity you build on your house is a very large portion of your retirement plan. One thing that can be bad for your house, though, is if like you live in a market that is mainly driven by one industry and that industry crashes, then your housing market can crash too, right? And you lose a fuckload of equity, and there's nothing you could do about it. There's some people, especially if you've just recently bought your house, you could sometimes be left in a situation where you owe more money than your house is worth. So even if you sold your house, you would still owe the bank money. Where if you're renting, you can just up and leave. You don't have to worry about that so much. So it can be, you know, there's pros and cons to both that definitely need to be considered. Renting isn't inherently bad, and buying isn't inherently good. Yeah, some landlords too, Klish. Some are tardy, but they're tardy because like maybe they got multiple properties, maybe they're spread too thin. There's some landlords though that if you talk with them and you have a decent relationship with them, you can work out an agreement where if you pay for the renovations on something maybe you want done to the apartment or something you want fixed, that they'll take it off your rent. Definitely always a good idea to try to have a good relationship with your landlords. Usually if you work together, you can create a better situation for you and them. That's not my problem if they're spread too thin. They have their responsibilities. Yeah, I mean, as long as they're meeting their minimum responsibilities, that's all they're obligated to, right? What I'm talking about is if you want to do some improvements on the space beyond what would be considered the minimum, right? If you have a good relationship with your landlord, they might say, hey, cool, that actually does sound pretty nice for the residents. And then they'll you know, take the work off your rent over a period of time. And obviously, once again, that would come with its own risks, though, because the last thing you want to do is do the renovations and then the landlord evicts you. Now you gotta fucking start a lawsuit, an expensive, lengthy lawsuit. But, you know, that's not always the case. We've had good landlords. We've had lazy landlords. I've never had a bad landlord, thankfully, but I've had some that were just, you know, obviously skirting by with the bare minimum. A bad landlord sounds like a nightmare. Yeah. Oh, it's very hard to get rid of renters here in North America too. Look at the squatting and stuff that happens in the US. I don't know if we have the same squatting situation up here, where people will go into a house that's empty because it's up for sale, and then they'll start trying to act like they fucking own the place, and as long as they have one piece of mail addressed to that house, then the police can't do nothing. Now you got to actually take it to the courts. And now you have somebody who's in your house for months and months and months. You now can't sell the house because there's somebody in it, and it's going to take you months to get them out of it. It's fucking crazy. And during that whole time, you're still paying your insurance on it. You're still paying your property tax. It's crazy to me that that can happen. That the police can't do anything about it. It has to be taken to the courts as long as they basically have like one piece of anything that suggests they may live there. Yeah. Yeah, and in the process, not only can they, but they usually do, right? Because they know that they're going to be kicked out anyways. Time to pull out the bat from the trunk, I guess. You have no idea. If that happened to me, I'm sure I would be going to jail after. I would not be able to just sit back and watch somebody basically siphon my money away as I'm paying property tax and insurance on a residence they're living in, and I can't sell it, and then they trash the place. They're trashing the place too. I wouldn't be able to mentally deal with that. I would snap, and there would be a body in the house. It's getting dark outside. Somebody get rid of the sun? It is like getting quite dark outside right now. Oh, we got rain coming. We're about to get 20 millimeters of rain. What the fuck? That's 2 centimeters. Can you then defend yourself as if it was self-defense on your property? Well, that's the thing, is that's the reason why there's a whole debate, is they need to establish if it was your property or not. And even if technically you are the owner, that doesn't mean in a case like think for example, right, if somebody's renting a property from you, technically you're the owner, so you can't just go onto the property, say, hey, this person broke onto my property and therefore, you know, there was an altercation and somebody ended up losing their life, but because I'm the property owner, then, you know, I get basically carte blanche to do whatever the fuck I want. That would create so many issues, right? So it's yeah, it's just a fucked up situation that people abuse. People abuse. Yeah. That's the thing, though, is when they do this, they'll change the locks. I actually saw a video just recently where something like this happened. The person literally saw this house was up for sale, saw it was empty. They bought a kit to replace the locks. They basically then broke into the house, I guess found their way into the house. I don't know how they got into the house, to be honest, but found their way into the house and then changed the locks themselves so the original owner couldn't get in. The situation I saw most recently with this happening too was in Texas. Yeah, garages, or maybe a window that was forgotten to be locked and they opened it from the outside. Apparently the thing that they're primarily exploiting is an old law from way back in the day where, you know, I think we can all admit that the world used to be very dangerous back in the wild west, and you could end up going out and dying and never returning to your residence, and there's nobody to know what happened to you. And there was situations like that where if a residence was abandoned for a certain period of time, you could go claim it. And apparently that's what's being abused. I obviously don't know the exact specifics behind it, so I'm speaking a little more vaguely, but yeah, it's kind of basically just no matter what, you're always gonna have shitheads being shitheads. Gunsmoke? I've never seen it. Yeah, this is our last 45 minutes, and then I'm gone. I'm gone for a week. Are you guys gonna be able to handle it without me? Smoke is really old? Okay. Maybe it's good. People are still referencing it today. Highly unlikely we're doomed? Yeah. You guys got Kiwi. Kiwi needs to start firing up the stream while I'm, during my normal hours. And then she can take care of you guys while I'm gone. What Canadian streamer? Garnier? Is Garnier Canadian? I feel like I knew that already. Is this hostile streaming takeover? Yeah. Just don't forget me when I come back. That's one thing that sucks about streaming as a job, is there's no paid vacation, there's no paid time off, and streaming is all about consistency and momentum. So when you take time off, it actually, not only do you lose the money that you would have made while you're, you know, because you're not working, but you take a hit on your viewership, right? Because there's always a constant turnover. Just like there is with games, even with your stream, right? You got people who are finding your stream and for the first time, and you have some people who, you know what, maybe it's their last time watching BDO and they're about to move on to something else. So what you're always trying to do is outpace that turnover, right? So time off, I mean, you're obviously not going to be outpacing it. You're not getting new viewers while you're gone. You're just losing old viewers. So when you take time off, you take a hit when you come back. Unless there's something real exciting about your return. Deathian 24/7 channel? Shit, maybe I do need to open up a second channel. Just have it play reruns. Maybe I just start saving VODs of different grind spots and then you guys vote on the grind spot you want to watch. Damn. Do a giveaway on my return? I don't know. I find giveaways, I don't really want to attract people to my channel that just are only there to be bought, you know? I like you guys because the fact that I just sit here and fucking run my circles, and honestly, I provide boring content. I don't even know why you guys hang out as much as you do, but you do, and I appreciate you guys. I can't even begin to express how much I appreciate you guys. But I know you guys are real ones. The fact you're hanging out and I'm just doing this boring shit all the time. Shitheads being shitheads, and people trying their best to abuse systems is why things are fucked up in some cases. do you know that one of the reasons why billionaires don't have to pay taxes is because they technically have no income most of the time? They're just shares which are worth something, but then they go to banks, get a super cheap loan, and then they have... That's, so one of the quickest ways, not quickest, but one of the main ways people get rich is through property. For very similar to what you're saying, Captain. So what you do, right, is when you finally get your first house, is you work on it for some years, right? Not only are you paying down the principal for like the first 10 years on your mortgage, but you're also building equity. And then, like let's say 10 years down the road, you now take that residence, you rent it out, and then you leverage a loan against the residence. So now you don't have any income. That loan doesn't count as income, but now you have someone living in the residence that's basically paying the mortgage for it and building you equity. And on top of that equity, right, you're getting like a double hit bonus on equity, because not only is the principal going down, in which case builds equity, but houses typically appreciate in value, right? So now you get a loan from a bank, invest that into a second property, and start the process over again with a bit of a head start. As once again, you build more equity with that residence, you now do it over again, and you leverage against your two properties, as they are both constantly building equity. And this just fucking snowballs, right? And loans technically aren't money earned. That's why, this is the whole reason why they want to do a capital gains tax, right? Is because these are considered capital gains. They're not considered normal money. It's not like money you just made. And, yeah, it just can snowball so crazily while the whole time it looks like you're not making any money. Wait, we hang out here? Gotta remember to close Twitch sometimes. Okay, I see how it is. Yeah. So, there definitely should be a limit on capital gains. Like, I personally think that getting a loan that doesn't count as interest, or sorry, that doesn't count as income, I think it's perfectly fine if it's on like your home residence. But you should not be able to be doing that with multiple buildings. There needs to be a limit on that shit. Having these big corporations just swallow up properties and abuse the system is obviously what is causing tremendous problems in housing markets fucking around the world, really. Because they're just swallowing up properties and doing exactly that. They swallow up whole neighborhoods, rent out the properties, leverage the properties to get more loans to then swallow up more properties, and that shit doesn't count as income. And then they basically just have a subservient renting population that's paying all of their interest and all of their and building them equity. Came back to the game. I heard they made changes to Underwater. I read Underwear for a second. I was about to say, you want to see my Guardians? They did. They revamped Underwater. It's a lot more lucrative than it used to be. Oh, I can't get underwear off the brain. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's actually, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know the specifics behind it, but there's definitely a lot of that was going on in the west coast of Canada, from what I'm aware. Oh yeah, I used to make so many frenzies. Underwater didn't look like the best spot in the game at the time, but once you ran the math, if you had a good system set up to get the cedar sap that you needed, and were willing to put in the effort, basically I would burn my Igris gathering cedar sap. I had a decent life skilling setup, and then once you get the cedar sap and grind the frenzies and figure out how much you're making, it actually, Underwater was super competitive with all the top grind spots at the time, but a heck of a lot quieter because other people didn't want to do that work. I saw a lovely video on American housing market and how Warren Buffett owns the entire production line and banking line. From production craftsman lending over to foreclosure to ultimately own the home again. Quality of these houses are so bad that you get a $700,000 prefabricated home which starts rotting and molding within 2 to 3 months. That's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy that can happen. It makes you wonder if they're even being built to code, right? Because that's the whole reason for code, is to not only keep people safe, but you know, provide a little more longevity to the product. The fact that they are able to get away with building houses that are having issues like that consistently over a short period of time makes me think that things aren't being properly inspected. Because as far as I'm concerned, the government needs to step the fuck out of the way out of home building. Let home builders build and make sure that they're building them to code. But after that, stay the fuck out of their way. Now, as a homeowner, I obviously benefit from there being a housing shortage to some degree because the value of my house goes up. But anybody who understands, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but if you have a basic understanding of economics and how housing being unobtainable for your average population, how negatively that affects your economy, then you know that even though sure it might make your equity look good, overall it's definitely affecting you in a much more negative way. What I need to do is I need to find out right when this bubble's about to burst, sell my house, watch everything crash down, and then buy it back and walk away with my fat stacks of money. Oh, Diesel. Are you getting a turbulate reduction too? Because that's what I had. Septoplasty and turbulate reduction. Man, Diesel, you're in for a treat. And I say that sarcastically. I've had multiple surgeries over the years. That was the most painful recovery of all my surgeries. It feels like you have like a permanent headache for like a fucking 2 weeks. And maybe you don't want to talk about this. Maybe I'll shut up. There's more stories that could make it even worse. I don't even want to say it. I hope everything goes the best they can for you, because the nurse categorized it as severe. So I also had another buddy who had the same thing done, and I was very lucky because if they can't control the bleeding very well, they have to basically stuff your whole sinus cavity with gauze to make sure everything heals properly, right? And apparently that's really uncomfortable. But what's even more uncomfortable is they then have to pull it all out through your nose. And apparently it is so fucking painful as they pull it out because it's all like stuck to the sides and stuff. And it feels like they're pulling your brain out of your head. Now, I was lucky because if the bleeding is manageable right after post-op, they can actually put stents in, which are a lot smaller, and they just kind of, they're like, almost like tubes that will just press against the sides and keep everything open for you. So I was lucky enough to have that. Those were still really uncomfortable to remove. But yeah, it wasn't so bad. They said they will have to search her in stints, and I'll have to keep it lubricated until they remove them. Yeah. Like every few hours, you got to basically do a sinus rinse. And yeah, they clog nonstop. You have to stay on top of them. The issue I have is the world isn't up to date with current circumstances. 40 years ago, after you finished studies, apprenticeship, or whatever, and started in a company, both you and the company would expect you to grow old in said company and retire. Thus, buying a house was always a no-brainer decision. Nowadays, there's no loyalty between employer and employees. I could work from anywhere in Germany in IT consulting. Yeah, definitely. A lot of this is, when you consider how much society has changed over the last 100 years, it's fucking crazy. Yo, what's up, Pokes? But, Diesel, all that I said about getting the surgery, would I do it again? 1000%, because I had a deviated septum. That's why I had to get the septoplasty. And my quality of life dramatically improved after. I breathe better. And because of such, I sleep better. And if you sleep better, you don't realize, like, if you're not getting good sleep, it is affecting you all day, every fucking day. So, even though it was the most painful of all the surgeries I've had, I would definitely do it again. Also, I'm pretty sure you're married, right? You probably snore like a motherfucker because of it as well. My wife, after the surgery, she said my snoring got dramatically better. She says, you still snore. She goes, but at least now you don't sound like a fucking train beside me. Enough ranting. I'm already mauling about all these things. No state rent for me if they keep going like this. Stock market, ETFs have to be it for me. I don't even know what an ETF is. She hasn't complained about it too much. We'll see. Yeah, maybe she's nice. My wife would constantly wake me up. If I rolled onto my back, I'd snore like fucking crazy. And then I'd catch an elbow in the ribs and she'd be like, roll over! Luckily, not anymore. Used to wake up gasping for air? Oh yeah, I was never so bad that I would need, what do they call those machines? But I'm sure if I would have left it, I eventually would have needed them. CPAP, yeah, that's right. I'm looking it up, but from what I hear, the boomers will hold most of the wealth. I mean, that's always going to be the case, though. People will always talk about how come the older population is so much more wealthy and well off than the younger population. And I'm not saying that it's everything is as it should be. It clearly isn't. But, you know, if you're not managing to accumulate wealth as time goes on, you're doing something wrong. Now, obviously, it's become a lot more difficult to do that. It's crazy when you see how much the average cost of a house has gone up in proportion to the average wage over the last 50 years. There's definitely a problem there. Which, in North America, in my opinion, there's no fucking excuse for it. Considering how much land, I don't care if you're in the US or Canada, especially in Canada, but even in the US, there is so much fucking land to build houses on. There is no fucking excuse for there to be issues with housing. It makes me exceedingly frustrated with Canada because maybe in some places you could argue maybe they're having issues with materials, but holy fuck. Canada is so rich in resources. We have everything we fucking need here at home. There is no reason for us to have issues with anything. Just stop, get the fucking bureaucratic bullshit out of the way and let the free market do its thing. Ford did introduce a sales tax relief on purchasing a new home in 2026. Yeah. He, I think it's no sales tax on houses. There's also something too with they're going to be doing a tax cut on small businesses too. So I'm interested to see how that's going to affect our business and maybe even my stream taxes. Just new homes being developed in 2026. Shit, that's better than nothing though. That'll definitely. I think the biggest problem though with building houses in Canada though is like the longevity of getting permits. Like the government is just fucking in the way of everything. I'm pretty sure it's the permit process that slows everything down. But yeah, reducing taxes on that shit will definitely incentivize more people getting involved in it. Right, that's the thing about the free market. Obviously, the free market can be abused, and there needs to be regulation to stop abuse of it. But at this point, I think that there's over-regulation with it to the point where the government's abusing it. They just keep adding more and more and more steps so they can justify more and more and more money given to them. But assuming that the free market isn't being abused, right? Then supply and demand balance each other out. When the value of something goes up, more people start doing it, more people start making it. And as more people start making it, the price comes back down, right? So, yeah, I'm hoping. I think there's going to be a massive swing because whether you're conservative or liberal, NDP, any of the parties, Quebecois in Canada, everybody agrees that we've gone a little overboard with immigration. So Canada's decided to put on the brakes and say, okay, we need to tighten this process, make sure we're, you know, obviously not against immigration, but making sure that the people we let into the country are going to provide value to our country. And I think with them putting on the brakes in regards to immigration, and also building homes will kind of tackle this problem at both ends, hopefully. And maybe we'll start to see the prices of housing come down, and then, because that's the biggest thing, right? When you think about housing, most people, when they want to start a family, what do they want first? They want a fucking house. They want something to call their own, right? So if young people are unable to have houses and they're still stuck living with their parents, they're not going to be having families, and that's going to affect us negatively in the long run too. Like, getting housing under control is so fucking important for the health of our country. Yeah. I actually want to expand my gardens in my backyard too, Captain. Unfortunately, here in Canada, though, you know, we have like 8 months out of the year where I live where it feels like winter. So we're very limited on what we can grow. Typically stuff with, you know, not super long growing seasons. There are some things that are definitely not worth planting too. Like potatoes are super cheap. Carrots are super cheap. Sure, there's something that are very easy to grow, but you typically don't get a very good return on them, right? But there are other things you can plant in your garden that are fantastic. Beets, tomatoes are great too. Like if you grow, like anybody who's grown tomatoes, you almost always get way more tomatoes than you need, which isn't a bad thing though, because if you just teach yourself how to make your own pasta sauces, make your own salsa, and you learn how to do some, I want to say bottling, preserving or whatever. Like we have a whole fuckload of mason jars downstairs that you can make enough pasta sauce and sit that shit in on a shelf in your cellar or in your pantry, and you basically have your own pasta sauce for the year or salsa or whatever. Every time you want a new one, you just go down there, pop it open. There's some really, really good things that, yeah, people should definitely do. I've never done well with bell peppers. I think I got too many squirrels in the neighborhood or something. You don't even necessarily have to grow your own tomatoes too. At the end of the growing season, you'll see, I don't know, maybe this isn't the same at your grocery stores, but at our grocery store at the end of the season, the local farmers basically sell their tomatoes to the grocery stores at bulk in giant pallets, in giant boxes. And you can go there and buy these boxes at a massive discount because they're going to spoil anyways, right? And then you bring them back, you filter through some of them that are, you know, some of the tomatoes aren't going to be in great condition, but, you know, a good chunk of them will. And then you do all your canning and stuff with those, and you can save a fuckload on pasta sauce. It'll take you a day or two, but, you know, you can, if you eat lots of pasta and salsa, it's worth it. Apparently I have the taste for salsa too, because my wife used to have like probably about her and about half a dozen other ladies used to do this together, and they'd set up a little assembly line. We would set up all the stuff in the basement, and they would just get it all going, set up a little assembly line, and they would do it, and then they would split it 6 ways, everything they made, right? And they did a whole bunch of pasta sauce as well as salsa. And they couldn't figure out what was wrong with the salsa. And they were sampling it, they were tinkering with it, they couldn't figure it out. They brought it up to me, they're like, what do you think of this salsa? And they didn't ask me, like, they didn't say, like, there's something wrong with it or anything, they just wanted my opinion. And I tasted it, and I was like, tastes like it needs a little bit of vinegar. And they're like, huh. All of a sudden they go down, they add vinegar to it, take it out, and then it tastes perfect. They're like, oh my god, it's fucking perfect. Yeah, it was great salsa. We had like a year's worth of salsa. I think we had to pass the sauce for like 2 years too. Ended up taking them 2 days to do it, but it was definitely worth it. If you have the time. I mean, you don't, some people don't always have the time. There's this farmer that's close to my parents' city who retired and is no longer selling wholesale. He now rents out farming space to people who want it, then does all the planting, taking, harvesting, and people just come and pick up their shares. Same with butchering. At the start of the year, people buy into cows, chickens, pigs, and once enough showed up, he'll butcher the animal, properly prepare it, and even... That's fucking amazing. That is an awesome service. We actually have a community garden here that's kind of the same deal. It's in the middle of a neighborhood, and they'll plant a ton of stuff. A ton of stuff. And at the end of the season, they basically do like a little farmer's market for like 2 or 3 weekends in a row and just sell everything. And the whole community just goes down. You just buy the stuff that was grown right there, just a couple blocks away from your house. It's really cool. Oh yeah, yeah, and all those middlemen, all nickel and dime 'em, right? Plus, the cost of the final product continuously goes up every time it changes hands. There's a fuel cost involved, right? My wife made a strawberry blueberry jam one time. Oh my god, it was so good. It was so good. Oh, chat, it's the last 15 minutes. Then I gotta go. Actually, to be honest, I should probably go now. I should probably take this last 15 minutes to do a little bit of dinner prep. We got like a mad dash of shit we gotta do tonight to get ready. So, I probably shouldn't push it. Karaoke purple tomatoes. Never heard of them. What did you call me? What does that even mean? Prep this. Listen here, you little shit. It's provocative. Nobody knows what it means. It's provocative. I can't remember what movie that's from. That's a Will Ferrell line, isn't it? That's not from Step Brothers, isn't it? Is it? I feel like it's from Step Brothers. I'm almost positive it's a Will Ferrell line. Is it Blades of Glory? Oh, hell yeah. Well, chat, you know one thing that is going to stink, though? I don't get to actually do the Arena of Blood or Ultra Blood when it first comes out. But I'll have to get you guys to catch me up and tell me how good it is when I get back. Do I already have one of those for sale? Oh, I do. Someone will ask how it was? Yeah. This day, today, next week, though, I will be back, chat. We're only gone for 1 week. Oh, look at that. We're making money while we're sitting AFK. I will make sure they fix all of the problem issues for you on your return. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. I know, right? Right before your birthday, too, Kinjar. By the way, happy birthday. If for some reason I forget tomorrow, happy birthday. Oh, wait, no. What am I talking about? Yesterday was your birthday. I remember you saying, I can't believe you're not streaming on my birthday. And for some reason, I thought that was when I was gone. But I just remembered it was actually for the Monday, which would have been yesterday. Yeah, I'm going to bring my character back to mainland. So for some reason, I need to run him somewhere. Hey, Kinjara. Have you ever used a controller when remoting into your PC through your phone? Because I was thinking maybe I should get like a little Bluetooth controller, connect that to my phone, and then just use my phone as the screen and then play on my screen. All I got to do is hope that the hotel's Wi-Fi is sufficient. Can remote from a laptop? Well, I don't. If I had a laptop, I wouldn't need to remote, right? I'd just play on the laptop. If it was a shitty laptop, I guess I would. But I don't have a laptop. I'm typically not a fan of laptops. Every time I've had 2 laptops, and both times I hated it. Okay, chat. I'm headed out. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going to send you guys to Kiwi. Hopefully she'll take care of you guys while I'm gone. I will be back in 1 week. Don't forget about me, chat. I am coming back. Don't forget about me. I appreciate you all so much, though. Have a wonderful week. I hope you guys succeed on all your clicks.